from the point of her shoulder and her knee and down to that front foot. Everything's right there. Her neck comes off her shoulder. I really appreciate, relatively speaking, that she's just a little looser in terms of her spine or her skeleton, that allowing her to get out and let her know her joints flex and work properly. The Heifer second, she's another one that's really good. I like her depth of center body. In my mind, she's just a touch longer. Not quite maybe as coordinated or as fluid, I should say, or taking that longer stride out of the hind leg. More than acceptable. Just comparing the two, that's kind of where I change her. But there's sure a lot of good in that particular female. Coming into third, here's one that gets outdoors just a little bit out here. But really, if you break her down to the fundamentals, she's sound enough in terms of her feet and legs. She has some body capacity. She has some natural thickness. Let's put our hands together as we go back to the barn, please.
The winner of this class was entry number 7663, Tyler Getzlaff from Ocala, Florida. Second place went to entry number 7397, Grace Tekasic from Minden, Nevada. And third place went to entry number 7722, Will Young from Nazareth, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have your junior heifer calf, born in January of 2022. Entry number 8301, Ashlyn Neeb from Florence, Montana. After this class, we will have our junior heifer calf champion and reserve. Please be ready with your first and second place heifer. Supreme Drive. The Supreme Drive for the open cattle has been moved to 3 p.m. today instead of 4 p.m. 3 p.m. today here in the outside ring.
In our single entry, we've got a calf out here again. We really appreciate that dimension and that rib cage and volume that she wants to present. You get up to her front end, I think she's got maybe just a little deeper neck than some would like in terms of show ring appearance. But look at her, study her shoulder, how it's constructed, how she sets down on that front foot. And I think we're put together, assembled real well. You get around behind her, she's wide enough for the pins and enough in terms of the dimension down her top. Nice single, and we've got her feet on it.
Our class winner is entry number 8301, Ashlyn Neeb from Florence, Montana. In the ring, and our junior heifer calf champion and reserve. First place winner, entry number 7536, Cora Havine from Bend, Oregon. From our second class, we have entry number 7800, Arden Franks from Grass Valley, California. From our third class, we have entry number 7499, Lane Toledo from Visalia, California. From our fourth class, we have entry number 7663, Tyler Getzlaff from Ocala, Florida. And from our last class, entry 8301, Ashlyn Neeb, Florence, Montana.
We have our seconds coming in as well. Is she coming in? Yeah, Jonathan's back here.
Our second place winners from each class. Class 1, 7647, John Ayers from Medford, Oregon. Class 2, second place, entry number 3682, Haley Crawford from Atascadero, California. Class 3, entry number 6504, Morgan Furman from Parma, Idaho. Class 4, entry 7397, Grace Tekasic from Minden, Nevada.
second places that they come together, as well as what this set of cattle has. And I'm not going to try to pretend any different. I'm going to probably put just a touch more dimension and muscle, I guess, is the best way to put it. Not an overabundance of muscle in females. We don't need that, but I don't think we need to be afraid to talk about it a little bit. And I still want those fundamentals to be right. And first and foremost, their skeleton, their joints are actually flexing and moving. They're not too stiff and that hot, and we're flexing that faster. We're not coming over on that fast, not too bad. And then let's put that front end together correctly and let that angulation from the point of the shoulder into that knee and foot all be correct. And then we can put the bells and whistles, we can put the freak neck on it, we can put that real deep center body. All those things can kind of come together. These cattle do it very well. Just listening to where some of these cattle are from, there's a lot of people that haul a long ways just to be here today, and I understand that side of it takes a lot of effort. With that said, I'll go ahead and select our champion reserve. Before I do so, let's put our hands together if you would and congratulate these young people.
Congratulations to entry number 7536, Cora Habine from Bend, Oregon. She is your junior heifer calf champion. Coming in second from that class is entry number 7647, John Winares from Medford, Oregon. Reserve champion is entry number 7663, Tyler Getzlaff from Ocala, Florida. Congratulations. We have late senior heifer calves, November and December 2021. Entry number 7441, Kaylee Flood from Oakdale, California. Entry number 7837, Rhett Wade from Road Forks, New Mexico. Entry number 7684, Amanda McPherson from Nephi, Utah.
Soggy made, big-footed kind of a female to start this class with, and I appreciate that brood cow look and that appearance of fleshing ability and lower maintenance kind of deal. She's really good in terms of how she's put together up front. I love how she comes out of her shoulder into that forerib. She's big enough in terms of her top and opened up enough in that pin set. I'd like to free her just ever so slightly in that rear passing, and that's being very, very critical on one that's so good in so many areas. Coming into second, we've got another one that I think has some positive to her. If you get up on top of her, she's got great upper rib shape. I appreciate where she's at in terms of that boldness. I think she's good enough up to her front end. If we get around behind her, she's maybe not quite as coordinated off that hind leg and wants to come up ever so slightly into that flank. Coming into third, here's one just a little bit greener, a little harder, doing kind of a female that doesn't have the flesh on her. Consequently, she's a little shallower when you get her on the profile. When I get behind her, she wants to hop in a little bit. But let's look at the positive. She's an incredibly long-bodied, long-feminine kind of fronted female, has some quality to her. Let's put our hands together to look at this.
First place in that class goes to entry 7441, Haley Flood from Oakdale, California. Second place goes to Amanda McPherson, entry 7684 from Nephi, Utah. Third place goes to entry 7837, Rhett Wade from Road Forks, New Mexico. Now entering the ring, we have Class 5 Early Senior Heifer Calves September and October 2021. Our first entry is 7476, Sydney Franks from Grass Valley, California. Entry number 3666, Mackenzie Crawford from Atascadero, California. Entry number 6502, Morgan Parma from Parma, Idaho.
Class. We have some different types here and some priority decisions to make, I guess. But the heifer that wins it, I think, really takes maybe a couple things from the second and third place heifer and combines it so well. It's easy to see she's the heifer that gives you that really cool profile of extra soggy in terms of her center body. She's good in her shoulders. She's good where she ties in. She's not maybe a freak neck heifer, but she's more than adequate in terms of how she looks and that show ring presence. I like when I get up on top of her. She has extra dimension. She carries that back into her hip. I believe she's really good in terms of her feet and legs. Our second place heifer, you like how she is, and some people call her straighter in her lines and gives you a long body kind of appearance. I think that's there. I think she's long enough in terms of her hip. She's just a little bit tighter in her skeleton and a touch tighter in her top. If you compare her to the heifer that wins, she comes up into that flank ever so slightly, but there's a lot of quality there. There's a good looking kind of female. Here's the challenge, because guess what? If you want to assume they're all in a similar management program, and I know that's impossible to do in the show ring, but here's a really easy flushing, easy doing kind of female that is not going to take a lot in terms of maintenance costs, and we appreciate all that. She's so big in her center body. She's got so much natural thickness to her. I really appreciate that. But I'd like to bring her shoulder in there at the point just a little bit and make her a little smoother through her front end. I would, but there's a lot of quality in this particular female that we have to appreciate. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your class winner was entry 7476, Sydney Franks from Grass Valley, California. Second place went to 3666, Mackenzie Crawford from Atascadero, California. And third place, entry 6502, Morgan Furman from Parma, Idaho. Our next class is our senior heifer calf champion. From class 4, we have our first place winner, entry 7441, Haley Flood from Oakdale, California. From class 5, our first place, entry 7476, Sydney Franks from Grass Valley, California. Our second place heifer from class 4, entry 7684, Amanda McPherson from Nephi, Utah. And entry 3666, Mackenzie Crawford, Atascadero, California.
A really deep calf division. And just to give you an idea on what's going through in my mind, this body outline and body shape on the one that's up in the front here out of our first class of this division, so good in so many areas. I know how difficult it is to put these kind of traits together from a genetic standpoint. Then we've got to put them into hands that are going to manage them correctly, and she does that also so well. Again, I mentioned in class, on occasion that right rear pass I'd like to change ever so slightly, but I'm probably more critical on those things than some. Our heifer that came out of the second class, we talked about this, so big-bodied and so much good to her in terms of just performance and a cow-like kind of appearance. Is she quite as maybe as many bells and whistles as what we have up on the first one? Maybe not, but she's awfully good, and likewise as we bump into our seconds. I'm going to go ahead and select our champion reserve. Let's put our hands together if you would, please.
Our senior heifer calf champion is entry 7441, Kaylee Flood from Oakdale, California. Congratulations. Coming into her spot from class 1, Amanda McPherson with entry 7684 from Nephi, Utah. Congratulations to entry 7476, Sydney Franks from Grass Valley, California, with her senior heifer calf reserve champion. Now entering the ring is our late summer yearling heifers, calved in July and August 2021. Entry number 7835, Rhett Wade from Road Forks, New Mexico. And entry number 7611, Texan Ralston from Gruber, Texas. Just to remind you, the Supreme Drive has been moved to 3 p.m. today. That's 3 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock today, here in the outside ring.
Very contrasting in terms of what type they are. We've got our heifer that as soon as you see her come in the ring, you just that boldness and that brood cow appearance hits you pretty hard. She's big ribs, she's big, white, tan, like all those things. If you clean her up just a touch up for her shoulder and front end maybe, but I really like the fundamentals and the things that she brings into this particular class. Our second place heifer, here's your little bit, I guess it's not as easy fleshing, a little harder to like kind of a heifer. Is she incredibly long and has some frame and some growth to her? Absolutely. I think all those things are good. She's going to look better as we get into more mature muscle mass and she starts to open up in terms of her body. Nice class of Angus cow.
Our first place heifer is entry number 7611, Texan Ralston from Gruber, Texas. Our second place heifer is entry 7835, Rhett Wade from Road Forks, New Mexico. Our next class is the early summer yearling heifer class, calved May and June of 2021. Our first entry is entry 7806, Hayden Offalter from El Reno, Oklahoma. 7601, Miley Hance from Miami, Oklahoma. Entry number 6507, Morgan Furman from Parma, Idaho. After this class will be our intermediate female champion and reserve champion.
In here, actually three that have got a lot of power to them, a lot of natural thickness, and I appreciate that a great deal. The heifer that wins this class, to me, she's just so soft-footed and agile in terms of where her pasterns are, how they hit the ground. Some would say maybe a little too easy in the pasture. I think we're good. That flexibility really makes moving from point A to B that much easier. I think she does it well. I think she props up on the profile with probably one of the better front ends. She's really good in terms of where her center body is. She ties in very smoothly from her shoulder back into that hip and gives us enough dimension and width there of those pins that she carries down to the ground extremely well. I particularly like she's just a little easier, looser in her top from a positive standpoint than maybe when we have her second heifer. She wants to get just a little bit tighter there, but she's awfully good in several areas as well. When you get up on this one, she's very impressive from a muscle standpoint. She has that extra natural thickness. She has that dimension to her hip. All those things are very positive. Not quite as deep bodied, not quite as deep centered or soft is what we find in the heifer that wins. We can come down to our heifer in third, but here's another one with so much body and rootiness to it. We really like that. We're having some issues on those rear pastures. You may get a little nervous out here. This body shape and this cow-like appearance is definitely where I'm at. If I could just change her skeletal integrity there on the rear legs. Excellent set of cattle.
Our class winner was entry 7806, Caden Offalter from El Reno. Second place went to entry 7601, Miley Hance, Miami, Oklahoma. Third place went to entry 6507, Morgan Furman from Parma, Idaho. Next in the ring will be our intermediate female champion and reserve champion. From class 1, the first place heifer is Texan Ralston, Gruber, Texas. First place from class 7, entry 7806, Caden Offalter, El Reno, Oklahoma. From class 6, entry 7835, Rhett Wade from Road Forks, New Mexico. And your second place heifer from class 7, entry 7601, Miley Hance, Miami, Oklahoma.
In this particular division, but we certainly have some quality. And I think I've talked about these cattle probably enough, and we've got some good ones out here. And it's a matter of priorities where you're going to land in terms of the champion reserve. But super good set. As I go out to select our champion, let's put our hands together if you would, please.
Congratulations to entry 7806, Caden Offalter, El Reno, Oklahoma. She is your intermediate female champion. Coming in from the second place, 7601, Miley Hance from Miami, Oklahoma. Congratulations, Caden. Congratulations to entry 7601, Miley Hance from Miami, Oklahoma. She is your reserve champion, intermediate female. Entering the ring, we have our junior yearling heifer class. These heifers were calved in April of 2021. Entry number 7509, Sophia Vienendahl from Kingsburg, California. Entry 7498, Lane Toledo from Visalia, California. Entry number 7967, Garrett Green from Powell Butte, Oregon. This will also be your junior champion female and junior reserve champion female. The class after this class will be your overall champion and reserve champion, Angus female.
We're going to leave them just like they were there. These are good cattle, and you can grab a hold of them and go different ways, and different people are raised in different environments and have specific priorities, particular to that individual. The heifer that wins it to me, she's so smooth and correct in terms of her movement. When you watch her get out, she takes a long stride. I think you can study just a little bit in terms of how she's constructed through shoulder, knee, and down to the ground, and that's all good up there to that front end. She gives you a good enough look that she has some show ring appearance. I think has adequate degree of natural thickness or muscle. Here's the one that becomes a little more challenging. The young man's female in second. She's probably a little further along and she's having a little more difficulty getting around on those hind legs, and that's to be expected. I think she's even hesitant when she maybe hits one of the rocks, so you're not getting maybe quite as true of an evaluation of her movement. Wow, just look at that height and time and that body shape. You get really excited. And again, we've got 1/3 that just gets into a really tough class, but she's awfully good in terms of some natural fitness. From a skeletal perspective, through her shoulder and front end, she's good. She gets a touch rigid maybe there in that rear axle. And she maybe gets a little deeper and thicker than that neck and chest forward relative to where her flank is. The 3 excellent Angus cattle. Please put your hands together if you would.
Your class winner is 75-9 Sophia Wienendahl from Kingsburg, California. She is also your junior champion female. Second place goes to 74-98 Lane Toledo from Visalia, California. She is your junior reserve champion female. Third place in the class goes to entry 7967 Garrett Green from Powell Butte, Oregon. from the Junior Heifer Calf Champion, entry 7536, Cora Havine from Bend, Oregon. The Senior Heifer Calf Champion is entry 7441, Kaylee Flood, Oakdale, California. The Intermediate Female Champion is Kaden Offalter from El Reno, Oklahoma. And the Junior Champion Female, entry 7509, Sophia Vienendahl from Kingsburg, California. Your Reserve Champion Heifers. Your Junior Heifer Calf Reserve Champion, entry 7663, Tyler Getzlaff from Ocala, Florida. Your Senior Heifer Calf Reserve Champion, entry 7476, Sydney Franks from Grass Valley, California. Your Intermediate Female Reserve Champion, entry 7601, Miley Hance, Miami, Oklahoma. And your Junior Reserve Champion Female, entry 7498, Lane Toledo, Visalia, California.
Evaluating this.
Your awards for the Champion Angus Female is a $100 gift card and banner from Stephen and Melissa Todd. Your Reserve Champion Angus Female award is a banner donated by Rockin' W. Angus, Brad and Cindy Worthington. Thank you, sponsors.
I'm going to take just a moment and visit about the cattle that we have out here coming from our respective divisions. Now, I'll tell you what, in coming out here this morning and trying to just wrap your mind around where the quality is going to be within the Angus breed, and it came, they brought them. These are kind of cattle that I can really appreciate from so many areas. If we look up there at that calf champion up at the front of the line, just look how she blends flawlessly from that neck into her shoulder, and she comes back into that forerib and into her top so well. And I think she's adequate in terms of where she's at, in terms of her natural thickness and where her pin set is in terms of width for a calf this age, and just near picture perfect in the profile. Then once you see that when she's parked, you just hope when she goes into motion that she's going to be sound on those feet and legs and flexible in terms of her front knee and hock and pasterns. And she does that very well. So I like a lot of things about this one. The difficulty is if you just take into consideration where her age is and trying to predict how she's going to mature. Obviously, I think she's going to mature quite well. Others may think differently. The calf second line, here's one that you don't have to guess maybe quite as much in terms of where she's going to be in terms of her body and her broodiness and just that cow-like appearance. because she's so deep in that center body, yet she's still good in terms of how she's assembled up through her front end and her shoulder. I really, really like that. We talked just a little bit that occasionally out here, and sometimes when we're hitting some rocks and things like that, she gets just a touch rigid in that and that's only ever so occasional, and I think still very, very acceptable. As we move into our third in our lineup, here's a real feminine kind of a female. You look at her head and neck, and then she gives you that look of femininity. And if we try to predict or think that we can predict fertility and maternal abilities, that you would sure want to stamp that right on this particular female. I think she does that really, really well. Out of our last division, again, here's just a brood cow, kind of a female that's got that extra dimension to her top and extra dimension out there through her hip. Maybe not quite as attractive right there through her neck and shoulder. Some of the others, maybe not the bells and whistles that we have out here. And certainly taking nothing away from the second lineup. We've got a calf up there that's awfully good. We've got several that are really, really good. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and name our champion reserve. Please congratulate these young people if you would.
Your overall champion, Angus heifer, is entry 7441, shown by Kaylee Flood of Oakdale, California. Coming into her place is entry 7476, Sydney Franks from Grass Valley, California. Your reserve champion goes to entry 7536. That is Cora Havine. She is from Bend, Oregon. Congratulations, Angus exhibitors. The next class will be the cow-calf class. Your 3-year-old cow-calf and your over 4-year-old cow-calf. That will also be the reserve champion cow-calf. Champion and reserve cow-calf. Now entering the ring is our 3-year-old cow-calf. Entry 7648, John Linares of Medford, Oregon. Also entering the ring is our cow-calf pair, cows over the age of 4 years old. Entry number 7972, Chance Green from Powell Butte, Oregon. Again, this is your champion cow-calf pair.
Correction of the first one, it is a child of 3 years
as we come out in our cow-calf division, we have a couple pairs out here that to me it's really, really close because we have some positive and give and take between the two. Let's talk about these, and they're coming out of individual classes. We just brought them in at the same time to make it easier and go right into our division. So we're going to have our champion and reserve out here. In no particular order, I want to talk about these cows and the calves inside just a little bit. The cow up in the front of the line, she's one that just so smooth in terms of how she blends together her shoulder, her neck, and ties into that top line so well. Extra level out there through that hip, and what I really appreciate, she probably gets around the ring with as much flexibility as any of the cattle that are in here right at this time. So I like a lot of those things. I think she's doing a nice job with the calf inside. No issues whatsoever there. She looks like she's producing and milking, and everything's going the right direction. Just the power and brute cow capacity that we have in the cows next in line here is pretty impressive. And you talk about one that we always want to make everything straight. Just look at where she's at the top of her, with the apex of her shoulder, down her top line out through the hooks and pins, and I mean, it's just about perfectly straight. Sometimes that becomes just a touch of a detriment because I think when we ask them to go into motion, sometimes we're just a little bit tighter when we're that straight and that level. And she's more than acceptable. She has so much flexibility at the ground, but she does push her top ever so slightly when we ask her to go. What I really appreciate is look at that, the ability to raise a calf with some growth and performance in just pound, and she does it extremely well. So two very, very competitive pairs to me. I think you can make a justification and go back and forth in your mind either direction. We're going to go ahead and come up here to the front for our champion. Our second line will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to entry 7648, John Myers from Medford, Oregon, with her champion, cow-calf pair. And congratulations to entry number 7972, Chance Green from Powell Butte, Oregon. He has your reserve champion, cow-calf pair. So, starting with our junior yearling bulls, entry 7794, Arden Franks, Grass Valley, California. This is also your junior champion bull and your champion Angus bull.
I think she just didn't want it announced just yet.
I'd rather, if it's only a single entry goal, I'd rather all of the champion goals win after the and I'll give it to the It gets more long.
Here, this is going to be our junior and grand champion Angus bull, and I'll tell you what, visiting with the young lady here, I get a chance to look at Angus cattle across the world, and particularly spend a lot of time in Argentina looking for really sound-footed, functional cattle that have some meat and muscle to them. And I'll tell you what, we've got one right here, and sometimes in the show ring we drift a little bit and we don't stay on track with where the real world is, but this one here really combines some things. I think he's cool enough up through his front end, yet you look at him in his forerib and how he's opened up in terms of his center body so well. But what I'm the most impressed with, he has a muscular dimension and shape to his top and out there through his hip, and he's still really good in terms of his speed. He's flexible in his pass when he sits down on the big hook. A lot of good in this particular bull. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to entry 7794, Arden Franks from Grass Valley, California. She is your Junior Champion Angus Bull, and overall champion Angus Bull. Beginning with junior heifer calves, calved on or after March 1st, 2022. Our first entry is 7720 Will Young from Nazareth, Texas. Our next entry is 7683 Amanda McPherson from Nephi, Utah. Entry number 6912 Lacey Belda Smith from Casa Grande, Arizona. Entry number 7695 Tiffany McIntyre from Tracy, California.
It's Casa Grande.
Class in this division. Wow, we've got a pair of them in here that we can make a case for, and I feel very comfortable where we're at, but you can justify a lot of different things here. The calf that wins, just look at that profile and study how she ties her neck in. It's so neat into that shoulder, comes right out of the top side of her shoulder. She's just easy enough at her top and good enough out there for her hip. I think she's probably a little bit better, a little softer on that rear passenger, I should say more flexible than the one we have in second. Still gives you some center body. There's a lot of quality in that particular animal. I would like to change her around behind her. She wants to get a little less coordinated in those rear legs, and they want to come together just a bit more than where I'd like to be. The longer bodied heifer stands in second. She may have a touch more natural thickness and muscle to her. Incredible in terms of her dimension down that top. You get around behind her, I think she probably hits the ground a touch wider, a touch truer than the one that wins the class. When you get on the profile, she gets just a touch more rigid. That pass from her neck isn't quite as cool. Maybe not those bells and whistles up through that front end, but that class for her has. Coming into third, here's another one. These two guys are really top class because here's a good kind of a female. She's long bodied, she's big in her center body, she's smoothed up in her shoulder. All the pieces come together really well. Not quite as much hair, maybe not able to present quite as high of a quality look because of that, but still really good cattle. And likewise, the red one, she hits her fundamentals. She's young, she's immature, but she's still got some goodness. She's cool in neck, she's good in her shoulder. I think she's sound enough for these legs. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors, please.
Results from Class 1. In first place is entry number 6912, entered by Lacey Belda Smith from Casa Grande, Arizona. Second place was 7695, Tiffany McIntyre from Tracy, California. Third place was entry number 7683, Amanda McPherson from Nephi, Utah. And fourth place was entry 7720, Will Young from Nazareth, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have Class 1A. Entry number 7785, Haley Maggie from Pleasanton, California. Entry number 7864, Amy Strong from Red Bluff, California. Entry number 7812, Dylan Carlisle from Kirtland, New Mexico. Entry number 8140, Peter Grosetta from Cottonwood, Arizona. Entry number 7985, Zane Nathan from Oroville, California.
This class brings every shape and size that you can imagine in terms of skeletal differences and maybe some differences in terms of extension and profile and natural thickness. They all have it. We've got some cattle in here that have adequate to plenty of muscle, and I appreciate that. And once we get to a certain level in terms of muscularity or muscle, I should say, or natural thickness, then we can really focus on those fundamentals in terms of skeletal quality and so forth. The heifer that wins the class, she's not the shaggiest legged one out here by any means, but if you stop and watch them and ask them to go into motion, she looks so good on the move. She's so good in terms of her front knee and her flexibility, both rear hop and rear pastern. I think that's where she has the advantage over the second place female. And I like both these cattle a great deal. Our second heifer was one that when she came in, I thought, wow, here's power, perfectly presented, like a lot of good things about her. Our first place heifer, once again, just a touch cleaner neck, a little cleaner there in that throat latch and longer up through her neck, and where she ties the base of her neck into her shoulder is significantly higher than where we're at in our second. Our second one's foot size and presentation and bone, all those things are right there, and I love that about her. The problem that I have with her, she's popping that rear past and come over just a little bit. And again, I don't have to be overly critical on that. We just got a very, very deep class, and we can make some of those differences. But that level of presentation and look and mass, that's a really good kind of a female. Likewise, coming into third, here's another one. You get up on top of her, she's massive in terms of her dimension. I get a little critical that she's a little tangled up in terms of how she's getting around off of that hind leg relative to maybe our class winner, but she's got so much good in her. She's cool enough looking, she's big and round in terms of her rib. We appreciate that. Then we have some different types and kinds here. This red heifer is gorgeous on the profile. You have to appreciate that long feminine kind of neck in her. She's good in her shoulder, great in her lines, all those things. And maybe I'm being too hard on her. She just doesn't have quite as much dimension, and she wants to come together just a little bit at the ground relative to the others. But guess what? She's young and immature and all those things. So with mature natural thickness and mass, as that comes, she can move right up the line. And here's one when we talk about the fundamentals in my kind. She hits those fundamentals in terms of body and natural thickness and I think foot size, those things well. She's a little uncoordinated off of that rear leg, and she's a little heavier to her shoulder maybe than where we ideally want to be, but she's one you can make a justification and say, well, here's maybe one of the easier keeping cows in the group that's going to get along extremely, extremely well when she goes out to become a breeding piece.
Class 1A results in first place, entry 7812, Dylan Carlisle from Kirtland, New Mexico. Second place goes to entry 7985, Zane Nathan from Oroville, California. Third place goes to entry 8140, Peter Grosetta, Cottonwood, Arizona. Fourth place goes to entry 7785, Haley Maggie from Pleasanton, California. And fifth place goes to entry 7864, Amy Stroing, Red Bluff, California. Next entering the ring is class 1B. Entry number 7890, Savannah Bricker from Portales, New Mexico. Entry number 4374, Allison Taylor from Hayden, Idaho. Entry number 7558, Carson Casatordo from Hillmar, California.
Are we supposed to be letting trailers in? They might be taking the champions to the downtown.
have three females in here that are awfully good, and I know I keep talking about the quality from top to bottom. And sometimes you get these classes, even though there's only three in here, it's really a horse race up towards the top. To me, I think there are some differences. That the calf that wins this class is one that maybe combined what we see in the second, third, just a little bit better, and brings some more of the positive pieces together, because she does cover the fundamentals. She's good on her feet and legs. She's good in terms of her body and her openness in terms of dimension. Get behind her, she has some substance to her, yet she's still cool enough up to her neck, and she's tied in very clean about her shoulder. I like a lot of things about her. This calf in second, when we talk about my kind and putting more substance and making them stout, she does that really well. She's just a touch lazy out here, especially about her head, and she doesn't have a lot of length in neck to begin with, and once that head wants to drop, it's maybe throwing her balance off just a little bit. But I'll tell you what, in terms of viewability and just easy keeping kind of cattle, she's so deep in that center rib and so opened up in her forehead, she drops a beach flank into her. I love her when I get out to that hip. There's a lot of good in this particular female. I think she's good when I look at her joints and her angle standing here. I think they're all really good, because she doesn't want
Try
to get
that
out and go.
one. If it doesn't, it'll make it oily, and then I can give you a Clorox wipe.
There's an issue there whatsoever. As we come down into our third place female, there's another one that I think's got plenty of natural thickness and openness. She's not quite as clean, maybe up to her front end of where that neck ties in. She's just a little bit deeper and maybe just a little shorter striding behind. If you want to talk about dimension, top, and mass and natural thickness, she does all of those things, and she does it very well.
Class results from Class 1B. In first place, entry 7890, Savannah Bricker from Fort Talas, New Mexico. Second place, entry 7558, Carson Casatordo from Hilmar, California. Third place, entry 4374, Allison Taylor from Hayden, Idaho. Next in the ring is Class 2, Junior Heifer Calf, February 2022. We have entry number 7676, Jenna Shearer from Napa, California. And entry 7617, Lainey Rocha from Las Banas, California. At the end of the all other percentage breeds, all winners will go back to the backdrop in the Ag building, also known as the Swine Barn, for pictures with the judge.
It'll be the ground and the reserves. Breed.
That will be the Grand and the Reserve Breed Champions, the Cow Calf Champions, and the Bull Champions.
Heifers out here, and if you want to just stop and talk about heifers that have some natural thickness, or just use the word muscle, they have that, yet I think they still have a good look to them. They have a lot of other positive characteristics that we really get excited about. Let's talk about our light and funny calf out here first. When she's parked there, she's just a little bit cooler about that neck, and it comes out of that shoulder a little bit more neatly and tighter in that throat. I appreciate that. She's just easy enough in her top that I think she's loose enough in her skeleton. And you can read that in her knee and in her pastern. She's probably a little longer or softer pastern than some want to be, but I think that flexibility there is a good thing. And wow, just check out the dimension of top and the width of pins and the shape we get on behind her. And what's even more confusing, she's got way more than enough muscle for me. The one in second has the most muscle out here. She is the biggest top animal we've had in class today, and the stoutest kicker. I like those kind of cattle a great deal. They both have a problem I'd like to fix. Is that every four-hoof hoof step will have just a little bit of a hesitation on our light-colored heifer, and she wants to come over in her pasture. We see the same with our black heifer here, just a little more rigid than we want to be. Not quite as clean right there, maybe a little deeper into her neck. If you want to just put that much muscle into a female and still keep a good look, she does it really, really well. I congratulate both exhibitors.
First place was entry 7676, Jenna Shearer from Napa, California. And second place was entry 7617, Lainey Rocha from Las Vegas, California. Our next class will be the Junior Heifer Calves, Class 3, had in January of 2022. Entry number 7680, Riley McPherson from Nephi, Utah. Our next class will be the Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve class. Have your first and second place entries ready to come in for champion, please. Just a reminder, our Supreme Drive has been moved to 3 o'clock this afternoon here in the outside ring. That's 3 o'clock this afternoon.
We've got our young lady out here with our single entry, and again, here's one that really gives you a good look on the profile. You appreciate that extra length and extension. I think she's solid enough in terms of where she's at in her feet and legs. Would you like to drop that flank and open that center body up just a little bit? Sure, but I'll tell you what, I think with maturity, some of that's going to come. Nice catch, young lady.
Our first place from this class goes to entry 7680, Riley McPherson from Nephi, Utah. We are ready for our Junior Heifer Calf Champions, entering the ring now. We have first place from Class 1, entry 6912, Lacey Belda Smith from Casa Grande, Arizona. First place from Class 1A, entry 7812, Dylan Carlisle from Kirtland, New Mexico. From Class 1B, first place is entry 7890, Savannah Bricker from Portales, New Mexico. From Class 2, entry number 7676, Jenna Shearer from Napa, California. And from Class 3, we have entry number 7680, Riley McPherson from Nephi, Utah. Our second place entries from Class 1, 7695, Tiffany McIntyre from Tracy, California. Entry number 7985, Zane Nathan from Oroville, California. Entry number 7558, Carson Casatordo from Hilmar, California. And entry number 7617, Lainey Rocha from Las Vegas, California. Let me introduce our open cattle judge. His name is Dale Hummel. He is from Cabri, Illinois. He and his wife Holly have 4 kids, Dylan, Tara, Chase, and Katie. Dale got his associate's degree from Black Hawk East. He got his bachelor's degree and master's degree in ruminant nutrition from the University of Illinois. While he was at the University of Illinois, he was an animal science professor and livestock judging coach. He also taught at Joliet Junior College. Currently, Dale is the owner of Hummel Livestock and the co-host of Beyond the Ring, the educational podcast. Dale has judged numerous livestock shows across the United States and internationally. Thank you for judging today, Dale. Please welcome Dale Hummel.
This is really an impressive lineup out here, and they're not all exactly the same. And I think maybe where some of the differences come in is in our skeletal integrity and how they're handling the ring in terms of where they sit down and how comfortable they are when we ask them to go into motion. I'm going to talk about our class winners very briefly and compare them maybe to one another. The calf up at the front of the line the young lady has, if you just want to say which one's going to give you that great backdrop picture, she's going to do it. Look at where her neck is, look how full she is up to her front end. Her shoulders so neat and clean and tight. She's still immature, so she's not quite as busted open as some of the others out here. But I really like her when I watch her get up and go on the profile. Just a little narrower at the ground when I get behind her. And again, she's a calf, she's immature, all those things. We hope that more mass comes with maturity, but you really can't beat that look and that profile and that kind of show ring presentation. The calf in second in the lineup, here's another one that you've really got to work at to pick apart, because she is one that's not carrying quite as much hair. She's particularly not as long about her leg hair to make sure look a little bit off in terms of where she's at in terms of just bone and substance. But you get up on her and you evaluate that, I think it's all proportional. And I think she's so good in terms of getting out and around the ring. She's good enough in terms of her neck and shoulder, yet has enough muscle and natural thickness to her. So she's one that really gives us a lot of positives without bringing any negatives. The next calf in line just opened up in that center body. Relatively speaking to the two in front of her, not quite as clean and cool right there through the neck, but still very, very acceptable. And you get up on this one, she really gives you a lot of mass and a lot of dimension. You really appreciate that a great deal. Maybe one of the rounder bodied ones that we have out here. Our light colored calf, talk about foot size, flexibility, and looseness of skeleton. She does all those things. You get up on her, she's really got some mass to her. Does she carry just a little deeper chest and a little more shoulder than some would like? Probably so, but I think she still gives you a good enough look up through that front end. At this stage of maturity, I'd like to see her just a tick more youthful through her shoulder and chest forward, but there's really a lot of good there. And likewise, out of our last division here, exceptionally long body, maybe not quite the presentation in terms of hair and where we're at with some of the others out here. Incredible lineup out here. Once again, as I go to select our champion, let's put our hands together if you would, please.
Congratulations go to entry number 7812, Dylan Carlisle. She is your junior heifer calf champion. Coming in, entry number 7985, Zane Nathan.
There is a little hose in there. It goes on something. They're just getting out of there.
Congratulations to Zane Nathan from Oroville, California with entry 7985. He is your junior heifer calf reserve champion. Congratulations.
Some of the other heifers.
Next in the ring. Our early summer yearling heifers have between May and June of 2021. We have entry number 7808, Hayden Offalter from El Reno, Oklahoma. And we have entry number 8024, Dalen Williams from Sequim, Washington.
Here, so we have our champion and reserve out here, and I think both very deserving individuals. If you stop and think about where their quality is, they're very different. The heifer that we use for champion up the front lineup, she's the one that gives you that really good profile, and look with that front end that has that showing presence to her. Yet she's still deep enough in terms of her center body. She still has enough natural thickness to her. I think where she has a strong advantage, just her skeletal integrity out of that rear hock and hind leg. She gets out and goes really well for us. The Catherine's been second. I love how just opened up and broody she is. She's got some natural thickness and dimension to her top. She's wide out there through her hip. She's not as clean through her front end. She's carrying a little more down there through the brisket region. What I'd like to change, I know she's not cooperating, so she's stutter stepping a little bit out here and hesitant to just get out and reach off of that hind leg with some authority and correctness. That's what I'd like to change about her. Two great quality individuals that we need to give a nice hand to, if you would, please.
Congratulations to your intermediate female champion, exhibitor Hayden Offelter from El Reno with entry 7808, and your reserve champion, intermediate female, entry number 8024, Dalen Williams from Stackhorn, Washington. Next in the ring is Class 8, our junior yearling heifers, calved between March and April of 2021. Our first entry is 7770 Dallas Ritchie from LaPorte, Indiana. Our next entry is 2864 Ashlyn Roki from Queen Creek, Arizona. Entry number 7614 Lainey Rocha from Las Vegas, California. And entry number 5927 Ashlyn Heed from Florence, Montana.
older cattle here and more mature cattle, we just need to stop and appreciate what we have out here in these four. Those of you ringside, and I know some of you are showing the breeders here and some just spectators, but this is pretty impressive. Not just our class winner, but all the way down. Are there some differences in them? Are there things we can change about them? Absolutely. I don't know if there's ever a perfect one, but I talk about muscle in our heifers, and I talk about soundness and fundamental basics in terms of skeletal integrity and able to get around the ring. This heifer that wins this class, if you want to study joints, if you want to study where the angulation is in terms of the point of the shoulder to the knee, down to the ground up front, the flexibility of rear hock and pastern, and yet we're loosened up in our spine. But this heifer really, for being that far along and this weight, she's moving around the ring almost effortlessly and still gives you a good look. We're already at a mature point, so we don't need to make it quite as razor-fronted. Maybe we want it to look a little more like a cow. And I'll tell you what, she does that. She does it really, really well. The heifer next in line, she may have an advantage right in her shoulders. She's a little tighter, maybe not quite as opened up, which maybe works to a little bit of a disadvantage, but she's still got so much substance to her and really, really good. Where I change her, she gets a little tighter in that pastern. She's a little tighter in terms of her joints and flexibility when we get back into that rear leg. But if you just prop her up and want to take a picture of one, wow, she does it well. There's so much muscle. There's natural thickness all the way down in these. I'm thoroughly impressed with where we're at in terms of that degree. This heifer in third, she's a monster. I mean, she's big. You talk about it being too large frame, too tall at the hip maybe, but guess what? When you can put that much muscle and that much volume, I think we're okay because she's still proportional. And I appreciate that about her. She's big enough footed. Is she, when you get her and ask her to go, is she a little bit, to me, just a touch restricted behind? Not to the point where you're going to beat up on her real hard. I'd like to clean her up just ever so slightly, maybe up in the front end. But those are little bitty nitpicky things. That's a big, powerful female that you can really like a lot. When you ask her to go away from her, she narrows just a little bit at the ground, but I'm not going to be too critical from a standpoint. She's got enough muscle. You can't argue that. And likewise, this young lady would never expect to come into fourth in a class like this, because she's got one that's awfully good with a lot of areas. She's not as haired up maybe as some of the others, but she's built well in the profile. She comes back into a good hit. I think she's acceptable in terms of where she's at when we just pose her. When we ask her to get out and go, I think she's acceptable there. She's opened up just a little bit there at the point of her shoulder. Maybe not quite that just wow factor that we find in a couple of the others in class. Tremendously deep set. Let's put our hands together for them, please.
Congratulations to Dallas Ritchie with the first place entry 7770. Second place goes to entry 7614, Lainey Rocha. Third place goes to entry 7927, Ashlyn Heeb. And fourth place goes to 2864, Cashlyn Roepke. Our next class, class 9, is junior yearling heifers, calved January through February of 2021. Your first entry is 7833, Stetson Roethlisberger from McKinnon, Wyoming. Your next entry is 3927, Broxton Hoisington from Stafford, Arizona. Your third entry is 7704, Katie McGaw from Mezia Park, New Mexico. And your fourth entry is 7731, Shelby Cheney from Baylen, New Mexico.
we haven't backed off in terms of quality as we get into this class as well. We've got a couple up here that you want to talk about these as a pair of cattle that at the weights that they're presented at and still their ability to get out and reach off of both ends and their structural integrity in terms of their movement is just impeccable. I really, really appreciate that. We try to sort cattle, or I do, in terms of their skeleton, and these two are pretty comparable in terms of how they get out and going. The difference between them, the one that wins is just a touch more moderate in terms of her size, maybe a little easier keeping kind of female because of that, but that's not to take anything away from the one in second, because she really balances it proportions extremely, extremely well. Study our black and white heifer. She's so good right there in terms of how she blends from her shoulder into her top line, back into her hip, and maybe the most impressive is you get behind her and she's so wide at that pin set. She carries that probably just a little wider to the ground than what we have in second. That's by no means saying that this one in second needs to be heavier muscle or anything like that, but she's got a great big top in her, she's got hip shape, she does want to come together ever so slightly when she goes away from you. She's the one that still has that club cap looking neck on her in terms of where it sets and how it comes out of that head, a real cocky appearance. I like this female, I like her a great deal. I think it's a really challenging decision between those two. And likewise, we've got one in third that just runs into a very competitive class because she's good looking on the profile, she's deep in her center body, she's good in her line, she get behind her, she's not quite as stout, maybe quite as natural, doesn't show that natural thickness that we find in those first two, the three incredibly high quality kind of cattle that come out in the ring here today. Congratulations.
Your first place in the junior yearling heifers class went to entry 7731, Shelby Kenny from Baylen, New Mexico. Second place went to entry number 7704, Katie McGaw from Mesilla Park, New Mexico. Third place went to entry 7833, Stetson Roethlisberger from McKinnon, Wyoming. Next class we will be doing is your junior champion and reserve champion female. First place from class 8 is entry 7770, Dallas Ritchie from LaPorte, Indiana. Your first place heifer from class 9, entry 7731, Shelby Kenny from Belen, New Mexico. Your second place heifers, class 8, is Lainey Rocha from Los Banos, California. And from class 9, you have Katie McGaw from Mesilla Park, New Mexico. After this class, we will have the overall breed, female, champion, and reserve for all other percentage.
Guys, we're going to talk about these, and I know I've already discussed them in their class, but there's 4 incredible females out here, and they're in a division that's percentages, so we can look at different breeds out here and try to compare them against one another. But I think we still look for those fundamentals, and I continue to talk about the basics and the skeletal integrity, the flexibility of joints, the body capacity, the natural thickness, and then let's put a show ring appearance on them. And holy cow, do they do it, and they do it really well. Our light-colored heifer up at the front, she's just an absolute brute. You study this, when you get up on her, she overwhelms you in terms of her natural thickness and top, her width of hip, in terms of her dimension to her hip, and especially that ultra-wide pin set. And the most impressive thing about her is the way she's constructed up through her shoulder, knee, and front foot, and all those joints that are flexing and carrying this weight so well. And still good enough looking. Is she getting a little more mature? Yeah, but guess what? That's where we're at in this stage of the game in terms of age, and this is really a place I'd like to end on in terms of mature size and just doability with proportion, with flexibility. And guess what? Our black and white behind her, she does a lot of those same things. I think she fits in there really well in terms of balance. She's good in terms of flexibility, and I didn't quite honestly expect the cattle to come in this particular division and give me this level of degree of soundness and movement and and they both do it extremely, extremely well. This heifer's so cool up there through her shoulder, and how she ties from her shoulder into her top line and back into her hip, and she actually takes a long stride, and that hip is assembled correct enough that she's allowed to do such. As we bounce into our seconds in class, this one here, if you want to talk about one that still has a youthful appearance, maybe in terms of just up-headed and kind of cocky, really cool design to her and body shape, just a touch more rigid in that past room, but definitely that show heifer look that you can really appreciate. And likewise, this one coming around the corner here in class, we said it was really, really challenging. I think it is. There's so much good in so many of these cattle. Does she blend quite as flawlessly as some of the others out here? Maybe not, but I tell you what, you can make a case for any of these, and quite honestly, we're all products of our environment. We have different priorities and evaluate where those priorities fall into line all on an individual basis according to our life experiences. And there's cattle out here that may work really well right here in Arizona, maybe some others that work better in Illinois or California, wherever it may be, and we've got to select what suits our area and our management the best. And I think these cattle hopefully can do that, and hopefully cross a lot of borders because of their fundamental good that they have in them. Before I go out here and select our champion, let's go ahead and put our hands together for an incredible set of cattle.
Congratulations to Dallas Ritchie with entry number 7770. Moving up is entry number 7614, Lainey Rocha. Congratulations to entry 7731, that is Shelby Kenny from Belen, New Mexico. Congratulations. Next we will have our overall breed champion and reserve champion. Your junior heifer calf champion, entry 7812, Dylan Carlisle from Kirtland, New Mexico. Your intermediate female champion, entry 7808, Kaden Allfalter from El Reno, Oklahoma. Your junior champion female, entry 7770, Dallas Ritchie from LaPorte, Indiana. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf, entry 7985, Zane Nathan from Oroville, California. Your reserve champion intermediate female, 8024, Dalen Williams from Sequim, Washington.
Can we make an announcement?
Your reserve champion junior female, entry 7731, Shelby Kenny from Belen, New Mexico. Please have your all other percentage breeds bulls ringside promptly.
Yes, now that we're in the price, the banner.
Your champion, all other breed percentage female, will receive a $100 gift card donated by Hunter Williams and a banner donated by Johnson Livestock Company, J. Wade Johnson. Your reserve champion, all other percentage breed female, will receive a banner donated by Johnson Livestock Company, J. Wade Johnson. Thank you, sponsors.
Another very impressive set of cattle that we brought out here, and you certainly have to appreciate the time and the effort that's gone into these from a genetic standpoint and making those matings and those breeding decisions to get to this point. But that's not it. It takes someone that can feed and manage to get to this particular level, and I commend all the exhibitors out here that do that. There's a couple of them out here that really overpower me and the kind that I can really get excited about in terms of just brood cow appearance, extra soft and correct in terms of their skeleton and flexibility and the ability to get around the ring. There's good looking ones out here. They're tying those things together extremely well. Let's talk just briefly about a couple of them. The calf that's circling out here, does she have the leg here? Does she have the maturity of somebody who's out here? She doesn't. But guess what? If you stop and study this one, look at how her neck ties in. Look at where she's at this stage of maturity. We still want that chest floor up there a little bit. We don't want it dropping out. And I think she's really ideal up through that front end in regards to that. She's not near as stout and powerful as some of the older, more mature ones out here, but you hope with time some of those things are going to come with her. And there's a lot of quality right there in that animal, especially when you get up on top of her. As we bounce into the second line, here's that one that's so long and cool in terms of her front end. She's really good in her throat latch. She's good in terms of her top line and hip. She's maybe not opened up or as proportional as some of the others out here, but awfully high quality. Her light colored heifer, just massive. If you get a chance to get up close to this one, I think she overwhelms you in terms of her natural dimension and all of those body volume and capacity things, yet still stay sound enough and still good looking enough. Our calf next in line, here's one that, wow, she presented good. Is she haired up? She's not quite as slim-necked as maybe we'd ideally want to make him. She's just a touch rigid in that pastern. But look at that body and look at that shape down the top. She's got a big old foot and bone on her. We appreciate a lot of things about her. My biggest hang-up is let's ease that pastern ever so slightly, and I think we could really go a long ways, and hopefully that's just the stress of the hull and things like that going on. They have her next in line here, another one. Wow, does she blends so good from her shoulder back into her body. She's good in terms of her hip. Maybe not quite as flexible as a couple of the others, but really good. Taking a phenomenal picture. Our black and white this end, we talked about. This one comes out just with that soggy appearance, that cow-like look, and she certainly does what we want her to do in terms of her rear hock and her pasterns, and still presents herself in a moderate package with an extra width and power. There's some good cattle out here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and select our champion reserve. With that said, let's go ahead and put our hands together, if you would, please.
Congratulations to Dallas Ritchie from LaPorte, Indiana. Her junior champion female is the all other percentage overall champion female. Coming in is Shelby Kenny with her reserve junior champion female. She is the overall reserve champion female for all other percentage. Shelby Kenny from Belen, New Mexico. Congratulations. all other percentage breeds. Our first class of bulls is class number 31, junior bull calved on or after March 1st, 2022.
That is, okay.
Our first entry is 4375, Allison Taylor from Hayden, Idaho. And our second entry is 4381, Allison Taylor from Hayden, Idaho.
Otherwise,
Lori. On page 2, you have CW and Stetson.
Out here, and I think both have a lot of quality to them. The calf that wins is just a little more muscular for me. It gives you a bigger top, especially coming out of his shoulder. You get back behind him, he's got more shape to it, and I appreciate that. I believe he's maybe even a little more stability in that rear leg and rear casting. I really like his big shape, his muscularity. All those things are very, very positive. As we advance into our second one, this is maybe the little longer neck, maybe longer body one. Not quite as massive as the bull that wins the class, but I think in terms of a youthful, correct kind of a package to work with, I think he's going to mature extremely, extremely well. Probably laid in just a little neater about his tailhead maybe than what we have in the class there. Two nice bull calves.
Congratulations to Allison Taylor. She received first place with entry 4381 and second place with 4375. This is also your junior bull calf champion and reserve champion. The next class up is the late summer yearling bull class, July through August of 2021. We have entry number 2437, Lindley Johnson from Happy, Texas.
A single entry in this particular class. We've got a bull out here. The first thing that hits you when he comes in the ring is he's got muscular shape to him. You really appreciate that dimension that he presents, especially when you get up on him and behind him. He's got the kind of shape that you'd want to see when you stand behind the breeding bull. Big enough in his foot, good enough in terms of his balance. I think he still presents a neat shoulder ring kind of a feel with his neck coming up pretty high out of that shoulder. A lot of good in this bull.
To Lindley Johnson with her first place late summer yearling bull. He is also your intermediate champion bull. Next in the ring is the Junior Yearling Bulls, calved between March and April of 2021.
We're going ahead and sending both of the single entry.
We have entry number 2435, C.W. Johnson from Happy, Texas. From class 38, the Junior Yearling Bulls, calved January, February 2021. We have entry number 7832, Stetson Roethlisberger from McKinnon, Wyoming.
We're going to go ahead and lead off with the young man on the move here. This bull's really put together well. Watch him set down and flex up through that front knee. He's built like a bull in terms of his muscularity. He's got some center body to him in terms of rib shape. We appreciate that. Still a good look to us, presented very, very nicely, and I think sound enough in terms of his movement and carriage. That's a lot of quality. We've got a massive footed kind of bull here, just extra big bone, long body, high performance kind of a calf that's got a lot of weight and pounds behind him. We appreciate that. He gets a little questionable maybe sometimes when he goes to get out and go on that rear pasture. He wants to come over just a little bit more than where ideal would be, but there's a lot of good in that bull as well in terms of just foot size and bone and performance. Let's put our hands together for those two exhibitors, please.
Congratulations goes to Stetson Roethlisberger from McKinnon, Wyoming with his junior champion bull. Reserve champion bull went to C.W. Johnson from Happy, Texas. Our next class is the overall champion and reserve bull in the all other percentage breeds. Class 1, we have entry 4381, Allison Taylor from Hayden, Idaho. Sorry, that is your junior bull calf champion. You have your intermediate champion bull, entry 2437, Lindley Johnson from Happy, Texas. You have your junior champion bull, Stetson Roethlisberger from McKinnon, Wyoming with entry 7832. Your reserve champion junior bull calf was entry 4375 from Allison Taylor, Hayden, Idaho. Your junior reserve champion bull is entry 2435, C.W. Johnson from Happy, Texas. Your champion, all other percentage breed bull will receive a $100 gift card from the Farm Choice Fertilizers, John J. and Trina Harper. They will also receive a banner donated by Johnson Livestock Company, J. Wade Johnson. The reserve champion, all other percentage breed bull, will receive a banner donated by the Johnson Livestock Company, J. Wade Johnson. Thank you, donors.
As we work into our champion bull drive here, I think we've got cattle that hopefully are functional enough in terms of their ability to get around and get out and breed cows and do what they're meant to do. And I think we've got one out here that suits me very well on that standpoint. It still puts that muscularity and show ring appeal all into one package and ties it up very neatly. Excellent set of bulls. We just talked them, so I'm not going to spend any more time on that. Before I select our champion, please put your hands together if you would.
Congratulations, Stetson Roethlisberger from McKinnon, Wyoming, with your champion, all other percentage bull. This pulls in C.W. Johnson from Happy, Texas. Congratulations, Allison Taylor. You have the reserve champion. Class 1, calf owner after March 1st, 2022. We have 2 entries. Entries 7598, Frankie Joe Hans from Miami, Oklahoma. And 7528, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas.
If I had a coffee right now, I'd be like wired.
It's spelled Miami, but they say.
In our Hereford calf division here, or class, we've got a couple of them that I think are both high quality kind of cattle. They're good in terms of their feet and legs. The one that wins is just a little more extended up through her front end. She's probably the longer body, longer hip kind of female that ties that shoulder together so well. Both are still really mature, and obviously at this age, we don't expect them to be that massive yet. And I think that will come with some age in terms of just development and feed. Our calf in second, she's got maybe as much depth to center body, and I appreciate her moderation of frame. Just a little shorter coupled maybe than the calf that wins the class.
Congratulations to exhibitor number 7598, Frankie Joe Hans from Miami, Oklahoma. Second place went to 7528, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. Next up is our class 001D. Entry number 7698, Corey Schaefer from Woodson, Texas. Entry number 7623, Caitlin Doris from Mesquite, California. Entry number 7891, Bill King Ranch, Moriarty, New Mexico. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, we will have our Supreme Champion breed drive for the open competition. Supreme Drive or being announced. If you are ringside with your cattle, we will include you in the parade and the Supreme Drive if your breeding champion is selected Supreme Champion. Otherwise, you will be announced. Thank you.
In this class, again, we have three cattle I think are very comparable in terms of a lot of things and quality. The calf that wins to me does so, I think, comfortably in terms of one that gives you a great balanced look on the profile. We're good from the front end all the way back. We run very smoothly. I think she probably shows us the most substance right now at this stage of the game in terms of her maturity. I love her center rib, I love her hip and hind leg. All of those things are going in the right direction. Then I think it gets a little more difficult between 2 and 3. 2's just a little more moderate. She's one that's certainly real green, but I love where her neck comes out of her shoulder. I like that front end a great deal. Not quite as long body, maybe as the one standing in third. Not quite as long hip as the one standing in third. I appreciate the performance, the grow in this one. She maybe comes out of her shoulder just a little bit lower, and as she matures, you want to see her just continue to stopping up, and I think all those things are going to happen quite nicely.
One, two, three.
One, two, three.
Congratulations go to exhibitor 7698, Corey Schaefer from Woodson, Texas. Second place was 7623, Caitlin Doris. Third place was 7891, Bill King Ranch. Class number 2 on our junior heifer calves, calved February 2022. We have entry 7909 from Copeland and Sons, 7893, Bill King Ranch, and 7892, also Bill King Ranch from Moriarty, New Mexico.
I think she does it very handily. This is a good kind of cattle in terms of flexibility and mobility and still having substance and natural thickness and a look that you want to see in the show ring, and she does all that really well. When you get up close to her, her boldness, her rib, her natural thickness and dimension out to that hip, I think really, really good. I like a lot of things about that one. I think you get close between second and third. We're a little more moderate maybe in the one that stands in second. I think she's got some things to her that we really appreciate. That center body, just a little more rib shape to her. The one standing in second is probably the longer one of the pair. I think she's got some good to her. Maybe one that with maturity and more mass would move up just a little bit in this class.
First place goes to entry number 7909, Copeland and Sons from Mesa, New Mexico. Second place goes to 7893, Bill King Ranch. And third place goes to 7892, also Bill King Ranch from Moriarty, New Mexico. Next in the ring, we have class 3 of our junior heifer calves, calved January 2022. Entry number 4320, Desiree Barnes from Cottonwood, Arizona. Next, we have our calf champion and reserve junior heifer calf. First in place, be ready.
We've got another one that We appreciate.
Hey, Lori, do you know what the food
her
fork
ability
is?
to get around the ring. I think she's good enough in terms of her profile, in terms of length and extension. Where your changers want to stop and run just a little bit and get around behind her and maybe give her a touch more coordination off those hind legs with a solid single.
First place in our junior heifer calf class is 4320 Desiree Barnes from Cottonwood, Arizona. Next up, we have our junior heifer calf champion and reserve class. Our first place entry from class 1, Frankie Joe Hance from Miami, Oklahoma. First place from class 1B, Corey Schaefer from Woodson, Texas. First place from class 2, Copeland and Sons, Nara Vista, New Mexico. And class 3, entry 4320 Desiree Barnes, Cottonwood, Arizona. Our second place entry from class 1, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. Our second place entry from class 1B, Caitlin Doris from Vestine, California. Second place from class 2, Bill King Ranch, Moriarty, New Mexico.
Here, I think again we found quality at the top end, not a lot of numbers, but not short on quality by any means. We've talked about these. I'm real pleased with how they've come together out here. We go up to the front calf. Here's one that's just maybe a little more obviously immature because of that age, so harder to maybe compare against some of the others. But length of pattern, everything is in place. We just need to allow that one to open up with some maturity. Our 1 second line, I love this one on the profile in terms of her extension up through her front end, how she ties into that shoulder. She's good in her top line out there through her hip. I think she's got enough muscle when you drive behind her at this stage of the game. Would I still like to open her up even a touch more? Yeah, but I think that's all going to come with time, and she's going to have a very successful show career. In our class 3 winner here in my mind gives you that center rib and gives you that extra depth, all those things, still sound enough in terms of beating legs. Maybe not quite as long necked as the one just in front of her, but a tremendous lineup. And as we come into our 4 and our seconds, we've got good cattle out here that have performance. We just don't maybe have those extra bells and whistles. Let's go ahead and put our hands together as I select the champion, if you would, please.
Congratulations goes to Copeland and Sons with entry 7909, Nara Vista, New Mexico. Pulling in from that class is entry 7893, the Bill King Ranch. Congratulations go to 7698 Corey Schaefer from Woodson, Texas. He is your reserve junior heifer calf champion. Next in the ring we have late senior heifer calves. Class 4. Entry number 7624, Caitlin Doors from Gustine, California.
Our single entry in this division, our November heifer, one that really has a good posture to her when she gets this one parked. She's good in terms of her lines. She certainly has an attractive enough kind of a profile. You ask her to get out and go, and I think she's acceptable in terms of her movement. It'll be interesting to see how she looks as we come back out to our champion drive. Congratulations.
She got first place in the late senior heifer calf class, and she is also your senior heifer calf champion. Next in the ring, we have class 6, the late summer yearling heifers, calf July to August of 2021. Our entry is 7868 Paxton Hubley from Emmett, Idaho, with her August heifer.
We want to talk about cow power and just broodiness and tremendous in terms of natural thickness and dimension. And we'll use the word muscle. She has a big spout out there in her hip, set especially wide in her pin. I love all these things about her, and she gets out and goes. It's real acceptable in terms of her movement. She has just a touch deeper, thicker neck and shoulder than where some want to be in a show heifer. Possibly, but guess what? We're getting at that stage of maturity. We're going to accept a little bit of that. That's an exceptionally high quality female.
Congratulations to 7868 Paxton Hubley on her first place late summer yearling heifer. She is also the intermediate female champion. Next in the ring, we have your champion and reserve Hereford champion females. Your junior heifer calf champion, entry 7909, Copeland and Sons, from Narrabisa, New Mexico. You have your senior heifer calf champion, 7624, Caitlin Doors from Gustine, California. You have your intermediate female champion, 7868, Paxton Hubley from Emmett, Idaho. You have your reserve champion junior heifer calf exhibited by 7698 Corey Schaefer.
Discuss these as they come back out because we had some single entries in there. The calf up at the front of the line, if you want to talk about one that probably naturally blends as well as any from front to rear with a real seamless kind of a look to her. I think she does that extremely well. I think she's good in terms of body. She's good on her feet and legs. Gives us enough showing appeal. I think it's hard to pick a lot of problems in an effort such as this one here. The one in out of our second division here, here's another one that came out in class. We love how she has that neck coming straight up out of her shoulder, really cocky kind of front end in her. She may get just a little easy right behind her shoulder and push her loin ever so slightly. That's been very critical on one out here in a very, very tough division. A lot of good in that cattle as well. I love the brute cattle look, the capacity, the natural thickness, all those things. Is she a little more conditioned up there to her chest for brisket? Maybe a little deeper and thicker neck than where we ideally want to be. Possibly, we can tell you what, to bring that much mass along with it, we're going to have a little bit of that front end kind of up there. When we come down to our in-the-lane stamp here in the end, this is just a great profile, one that's probably the most immature out here, but still has as much quality probably as anything out here, and we do appreciate that. Excellent set of Hereford cattle. Let's go ahead and put our hands together if you would please.
Congratulations goes to Copeland and Sons from Narrabisa, New Mexico with entry 7909. They are your overall breed champion. Champion Hereford Heifer. Moving into his spot is entry number 7698, Corey Schaefer, Woodson, Texas.
Good job. I was like, Angus. Basic.
Champion Hereford female goes to Corey Schaefer from Woodson, Texas with entry 7698. The champion Hereford female will receive a $100 gift card in loving memory of Phyllis and Jack, donated by Larry Stark. The champion Hereford female will also get a banner donated by Three Rivers Ag Investments, donated by Jack Doty. The reserve champion Hereford female will also receive a banner.
Now we're going to start on our bull show.
Next in the ring will be our first class of bulls. Our junior calf Hereford bull, calved on or after March 1st of 2022, exhibited by Copeland and Sons. Number 7915 from Narrabisa, New Mexico.
We have a March bull calf out here that fundamentally does things so well in terms of skeletal integrity and really gives you a good look on the profile. think that front end's where it should be in terms of a showing appearance. We come back with some dimensional shape to that top and back into that hip and quarter. So we appreciate that a great deal. Nice bull calf to run in here as a single entry.
Congratulations to Copeland and Sons on their first place junior bull calf. He is also a junior bull calf champion. Next in the ring will be class 39, your senior yearling bull, calf September to December of 2020. Heading into the ring now is entry number 7622, Caitlin Doors, Gustine, California, with her September 2020 bull.
Guys, we come into our more mature bull and our single entry, and wow, you want to talk about one that's got a front end put together how we want to in terms of where that neck comes out of the shoulder, that real alert cock and kind of a look for the shouldering appeal, and then look at where that point of the shoulder is. We're wide and we're opened up in that chest, yet we still lay that point of the shoulder in well. That allows us to come into a much bolder forerib and big center body, muscular in terms of his top, and you can actually see that muscle expression out here on the profile. Excellent kind of a bull to run in our single entry.
Congratulations to Caitlin Doors on her first place senior yearling bull. He is also your senior champion bull. Next in the ring, we will have the Herefords champion and reserve champion bull selection. From Copeland and Sons, Herefords, New Mexico, we have entry 7915, our junior champion bull. And our senior champion bull from 7622, Caitlin Doors from Gustine, California.
In our champion Hereford bull selection, I think again, really interesting the quality that we have out here. Obviously, a considerable age difference, but I think if you just study what's right and what's wrong with the bulls and try to add up the pluses and minuses, there's a whole lot more positive to both these bulls than there are negatives. I think an excellent pair of bulls. I'll go ahead and select our champion reserve, and as I do that, let's put our hands together and congratulate them, please.
Congratulations to exhibitor number 67622, Caitlin Doors from Gustine, California. She is our champion Hereford bull. And to Copeland and Sons from Herefords, New Mexico, with entry 7915, they are the reserve champion Hereford bull. This concludes our Hereford show. The champions and reserves will head over to the backdrop in the Ag Center to take pictures. When they are done, we will get our miniature Hereford show on the way. Weight prospect steers. We have one entry. It's 7452. Lola Harding from Gardendale, Texas. Under lightweight market steer, entry number 7958, Coy McCormick from Roosevelt, Utah.
Nice sub. Lexi's still here. Lexi sick.
Sorry. All back out.
After we talk to him, make sure that we talk about the local culture as well. Is that on your business? How's the performance?
We have a lot going on out here in our mini Hereford steer show. We have our prospect at the front and our market steer at the rear here. So they're not necessarily competing against each other, but rather single entries out here. I'm going to talk about those and then we'll give our buckle presentation to each of them. I'll tell you what, I didn't get to watch the steer show yesterday, but I promise you, if you brought a Hereford in that had this kind of balance and skeletal integrity, just in a bigger, heavier package, this thing is built impeccably. I mean, really, really good at the ground. I love his balance. I love his proportions. That look is just killer good. That's as good a mini Hereford steer as I've seen anywhere. And just take that one to a bigger size, he's just a flat good steer. The one that we call a market, and that's good because he's a little further along in terms of where his finish is. I think he's got great shape to his top, but out there through his quarter, there's a lot of good in this one right here in terms of market animal traits that we talk about in steers. Yet it still comes to us in that real moderate package. I would like to clean him up just a little bit up to his front end, but two really, really good mini Hereford steers. I want to congratulate them both, and we're going to go ahead and present them with our buckle, our champion, and our prospect, and our grand champion in our market show. Let's put our hands together, if you would, please.
Our champion 8 and under prospect steer goes to Lola Harding from Gardendale, Texas. She is receiving a banner and a buckle donated by Mini Mafia and the Hogan family. Thank you very much. Our champion 8 and under market steer goes to Coy McCormick from Roosevelt, Utah. He is receiving a banner and a buckle donated by Mini Mafia and the Hogan family. Thank you, sponsors. Congratulations.
Wes? Everyone all right?
Have the 8 and under spring heifer calves have from March to April of 22. This one is shown by Brooks Hanger from Waddell, Arizona.
I think Brooks is actually from Gilbert, but I don't think that needs a correction at this point. Champagne Poison, Waddell, right?
Hereford female. This one here is really put together pretty nicely, maybe not as cooperative as the young man would like out here, but still has some balance and some look when we get at the profile. And I think we get it behind this one. We're square enough in terms of that pin set, and everything kind of blends together very smoothly. Let's put our hands together for this young man, if you would, please.
Congratulations go to Brooks Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona. With his first place spring heifer calf, he is also the champion 8 and under miniature Hereford female. The champion 8 and under mini Hereford heifer receives a banner and a buckle donated by Mini Mafia and the Hogan family. Congratulations and thank you to our donors. Class 13 heifer calves between May and June 2022. We have entry number 8025, Dalen Williams from Sequim, Washington. Entry number 7531, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. Entry number 6242, Katie Ramsey from Wairika, Oklahoma.
I have one of those. Fucking Steve.
Just a reminder, the Supreme Drive this afternoon is going to be at 3 o'clock, not 4 o'clock. 3 o'clock right here in the outside ring.
Just a great class of many Herefords out here. The one that wins the class really comes to you and hits you hard in terms of balance and skeletal integrity. I think gives you that look that's just killer here in the show ring in terms of studying where that neck ties into the shoulder, her top line, her hip, everything's right. Incredibly nice female to start with. Coming into second, I think it gets closer. This one gets stopped and she gets her propped up. She really gives you a good look at the profile. Maybe doesn't hold herself quite as neat and clean on the move, and a little more stubborn about her hit than the one that wins. But this one's got a lot of good in her. She's extra long up the front end. Incredible in terms of her, just a showroom appeal or look to her. I'd like to see her handle those rear legs just a little bit better. And the one in third's kind of at a disadvantage because she's not cooperating today. But I'll tell you what, when she does, like right now, she sets up with some balance and quality. I think a lot of good in her as well. Let's put our hands together for the mini Hereford exhibitors.
Class results from Class 13. In first place, 7531, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. In second place, entry number 6242, Katie Ramsey from Wairika, Oklahoma. In third place, 8025, Dalen Williams from Sequim, Washington. Coming into the ring now, class number 14, Spring Heifer Calves. Calf March through April of 2022. We have entry number 7540, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. We have entry number 7899, Graham Hanger from Waddell, Arizona. Entry number 7960, Coy McCormick from Roosevelt, Utah. Entry number 7524, Adeline Jackson from Carbon, Texas. Entry number 7959, Paisley McCormick, Roosevelt, Utah. For our Supreme Drive tonight, our breed champions will all come back for the Supreme Drive at 3 o'clock. Sorry, this afternoon, not tonight. The reserve champion exhibitors from each breed have the option of bringing your cattle to the Supreme Drive or being announced. If you are ringside, we will include you in the parade. And if your breed champion is selected, you can come into the Supreme Drive. Otherwise, you will be announced. It is completely up to you if you want to bring your animal ringside or just be announced. Again, our Supreme Drive is at 3 p.m. right here in the outside ring.
Your next class is going to go in backwards. So Lexi Gray.
I'm real pleased with our class runner in terms of one that has some structural correctness and skeletal integrity and I think some balance on the profile. We appreciate that. This one we get up on top of it, probably shows you as much proportional thickness from front to rear as any and blends real smoothly from front to rear. A lot of good in that one. Just a little more extended one coming here in second and not maybe as cooperative, but still a lot of good in this one. We really appreciate the extra eye appeal, the balance, the look, all those things are right there. Young lady does a super job with our little calf in third here, our female in third. She's one that's proportionally just big center, big body, has all those things going the right way. Not quite a street can't make this center out here, but wow, from her shoulder back into that body is really, really impressive. Likewise, our young lady coming to the fourth one that's acting up just a little bit out here. One that we'd like to see just a little bit cleaner up there through her front end, but she's really good in terms of her body, her ribs, and natural thickness. And our young man on the end has a tremendously deep-centered kind of a female. We appreciate that. She maybe comes to us just a little piece here, not quite as clean up through her front end.
Congratulations to entry number 7899, Graham Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona. Second place goes to entry 7960, Coy McCormick from Roosevelt, Utah. Third place goes to entry 7524, Adeline Jackson from Carbon, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 7959, Paisley McCormick, Roosevelt, Utah. And fifth place goes to entry 7540, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. Entering the ring now is class number 15, your winter heifer calves. Calved in January of 2022. Your first one in the ring is entry number 2569, Lexi Gray from Somerton, Arizona. Followed by entry number 8026, Dalen Williams from Sequim, Washington.
I think two exceptional kind of heifers out
Do you
here.
have bios up
To
there?
me, the one that wins is the sounder-footed one. She's easily the one that I appreciate is more comfortable getting around the ring. Maybe it's just the fact she's more cooperative. great center body, rib shape, all those things are there. What I like about her second heifer, she's the cleaner, neater fronted one. I love how she looks up to her front end. I like the body shape. I like a lot of things about her. She's not quite as coordinated in that rear leg, and she wants to come over just a little bit there in her pastern. And part of it, she just isn't cooperating quite as well. Get her to get out and go, and then she could probably win this class. But two really high quality individuals.
Your class winner for class 15, entry number 2569 is Lexi Gray from Somerton, Arizona. Entry number 8026 is your second place, Dalen Williams from Sequim, Washington. Coming into the ring next is class number 16. Your fall yearling heifers have November and December 2021. You have entry number 6180, James Glasky from Burnett, Texas. And entry number 7539, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska.
Burnett. Okay. For Burnett? Seriously.
Around the corner here, I think this one here, if you just study that front end, this is the longer, cleaner neck one that's still really good in terms of how she's put together through her shoulder, and the point of her shoulder lays in there very neatly with a tremendous amount of volume and capacity for her. I think we're ready to win just a little cleaner up front, overextended, in particular sound ratio. I like the moderation of the ring in second place. I have her out here, she's one of the really is deep in terms of her center bottom. We appreciate that. I can clean that front end up just a little bit, see if we're a little prettier and easier out of that high leg.
Class 16, our class winner was 6180, James Glasky from Harlan, Texas. Second place went to entry number 7539, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. Next in the ring is class 17, our summer yearling heifers. Have August through October 2021.
AOB.
Coming in the ring is 6181, James Glasky, Burnett, Texas. Entry number 7533, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. And entry number 2291, Addie Potts from Wichita Falls, Texas.
start off with out here. I think she just proportions and balances a little bit better on the profile in terms of where her length and neck is relative to her body. I think she's really good from her front to rear in terms of how she transitions pretty much seamlessly. I love that hip in her in terms of the length and dimension. Then you get to that rear leg and she sets down with authority and some flexibility to that rear hock and pasture, and I think there's a lot of good in that one. I appreciate the moderation in terms of frame size that we have in our second one. I like a lot of things about her. I think she's comparable in terms of having some rib and body to her. Just a touch shorter neck maybe, and we get around behind her, she wants to set her hind legs under just ever so slightly. Then we come down into third. Here's one again, you love the volume, you love the extra capacity. She's a good square hip kind of a female. She's not quite as attractive up to her front end. She's a little coarser, thicker neck kind of a heifer, but three extremely high quality females.
Your Class 17 results. First place goes to 7533 Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 2291 Addie Potts, Wichita Falls, Texas. And third place goes to entry number 6181 James Glaspie from Burnett, Texas. Coming into the ring is our class number 19 junior yearling heifers. Cap between January and April 2021. Our entry is 7543 Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. After this class will be your champion and reserve champion, miniature Hereford female.
This young lady's got a single entry out here, but I think one that's just got a tremendous amount of power. When you study this one, she comes out of her shoulder and opens up into that forerib. Tremendous in terms of dimension down her top and out there through her hip. We could maybe clean her up just a little bit there in her chest force. She's wanting to drop down a little bit relative to where she's at in terms of her flank, but a nice kind of a female for a single entry.
Congratulations to Maddie Carr and your entry 7543. First place in the junior yearling heifer class. Next to the ring is our champion bride. From class 13, we have entry number 7531, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. From class 14, we have entry number 7899, Graham Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona. From class 15, entry number 2569, Lexi Gray. From class 16, we have entry number 6180, James Glaspie, Burnett, Texas. From class 17, we have entry number 7533, Hannah Hogan, Carbon, Texas. And from class 19, we have entry number 7543, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. Your second place entries from class 13.
We're not bringing in seconds.
Well, we might not have our show.
Oh, yeah. So you want me to just leave it at first?
We can announce the second one for ringside. We'll have to set the same reason.
Okay.
Your second place entry from class 13 is entry number 6242, Katie Ramsey, Wairika, Oklahoma. Your second place from class 14, entry 7960, Coy McCormick from Roosevelt, Utah. Class 15, second place, entry number 8026, Dalen Williams from Sequim, Washington. From class 16, your second place is entry number 7539, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. Your second place entry from class number 17 is entry number 2291, Addie Potts from Wichita Falls, Texas. Our champion mini Hereford females will receive a banner and a $100 gift card. Your reserve champion will receive a banner.
Sorry, Addie. Our friend doesn't want to put it on.
Well, I think we've got an outstanding mini Hereford female show out here. We've got some differences out here. We've got some cattle that I think are still good. The differences that I find to maybe sort them, I think for the most part we're good enough in terms of our feet and legs. I think we've got enough body, enough dimension to these cattle, and then it comes down to some of those extras, which one's got that show ring appeal or that really cool look up through that front end and hold themselves in a manner that just screams, look at me and pay attention to where I'm at. I think that these cattle out here are awfully good. And I'm going to talk about just a couple of them. We're going to start with our first and second out of our younger division up here. This one that leads at the ring. This one, if you want to talk about showing appeal and a neck that comes out right with the head just propped up there and looking the part, she does it extremely well. You back off of her and she balances just as well. Is she still immature, not maybe as bulked up and massive as some? Absolutely, but we got to consider where she's at in terms of her age. And I think it's worth talking about the young ladies back there against the fence that came out of that particular division or class, or I should say, and she's equally as good in terms of where she's at in her body. She's good enough in terms of her shoulder, maybe just a touch longer past her back there when she comes back out in terms of just where we'd ideally want, but still an awful lot of good in her. As we balance into our others, we've got some cattle out here that are very similar. They're big bodied, big center ribs to them, enough dimension to their top and out their hip. The young man's got the right here. I'd like to bring her tail set or her pins up just a little bit and blend that tail head just in a touch better. I think this young lady's heifer does it extremely well. I love her from her shoulder back. If we could clean her up just a touch right there in her throat, I think she'd be more appealing out here in the show ring. Young man brings us one. We talked about balance and proportions, all those things come into play extremely well on this particular female, and I appreciate that. I love the angulation to the joints in terms of the front knee and past and all those things are really good. We come into just a super big body, massive kind of a female here, and with that mass we come just a little thicker, shorter neck maybe, but wow, you gotta appreciate that. And likewise, we come into our final one in the lineup, and she's got so much fore rib and center rib. She may want to run downhill and drop her chest out of her just a little bit. We have some equally impressive kind of cattle back there in that second hole. As I go go out to select our champion reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, please.
Entry number 7531, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas, is your champion, miniature Hereford female. Congratulations. And your reserve champion is exhibitor 6180 James Lasky from Burnett, Texas. Congratulations. Next up is our bull show.
I see Shelby, I see well, I don't know, maybe Graham's showing his own. I don't see Keegan over there. Uh-huh.
Number 31, bull calves, calf May to July of 2022. This is entry number 7901, owned by Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona, and shown by Keegan Johnson.
Hang tight a second, because all the mini bulls are out of order still.
In our single entry in our mini goal that we have out here, this one is tremendous. The first thing that hits you is just the shape that he has to his top, the shape that he has in terms of muscularity out there through his quarter, and then you get off of him and just study his balance and skeletal integrity. All the things are going the right direction. Congratulations.
Dale?
Your Class 1 winner is entry number 7901, Graham Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona, shown by Keegan Johnson.
Dale?
Carbon, Texas. Entry number 7900, Graham Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona. And 6182, James Glaspie from Burnett, Texas. First call for all other breeds heifers. First call, all other breeds heifers. We need James Glaspie's entry, 6186, ringside, please.
We're going to lead this class off with a different powerful bull in terms of muscularity. So that's not where we're in. He's probably the one that gives you the best look on the profile. I imagine that's where his front 1/3 that comes out. He just looks like a show bull. And you're not disappointed when you go from that shoulder back into his body and back into that hip. Incredible in terms of the muscular expression that he has when you get around behind him. I think a really nice one to start. I think the next heaviest muscle bull's right here in second. He's got a big top and a big hip in him. Maybe gets a little bit tighter in his top, relatively speaking, but I really appreciate when you get around behind him and see that extra dimension. I like the bull in third. This is just a good functional kind of a bull. Deep enough in terms of his side. Maybe he doesn't have quite the muscularity that we found with the other two, but he's certainly got a lot of qualities and balances nicely in the profile. Three excellent kind of bulls.
Class results for Class 32. First place goes to entry number 6182, James Glaspie from Burnett, Texas. Entry number 7900, Graham Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona is second. And in third place, entry number 7534, Hannah Hogan from Carbon, Texas. Entering the ring now is class number 33, Junior Bulls. From October of 2021, entry number 7546, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska.
The substance and power that this young lady's bull has out here that she brings to us, just big-footed, big forearm, rugged kind of a bull. We appreciate those things about him and all of that. He comes to us with some muscularity. I'd like to change him from a skeletal integrity. He's a little bit coarser in the shoulder, and he wants to come in there at the forerib, and particularly in that rear pastern, a little bit rigid there. If you want to talk about just big bone, big-footed, rugged-made, muscular kind of a bull, he does it very well.
Congratulations goes to Maddie Carr on her first place bull. Next in the ring is class number 39. have from August 2019 to July of 2021. Entry number 6186, James Glaspie from Burnett, Texas. Entry number 7545, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. We need our all other breeds heifers. Ringside, please. Grace Rosetta, Catherine Heshe. Ringside, please.
The bull that leads off really comes to us with a lot of positive. He balances, he's powerful. He's good enough in terms of his feet and legs. He has that look that we really appreciate in the show ring. When you get up on him, you have extra appreciation for the dimension that he has in his top and out there through his hip. Yet his tail head's laid in their knees. He's coordinated in terms of his movement. He has a lot of positives. Likewise, another rugged, big-footed kind of bull who comes out next in line. A little greener, a little rawer maybe in his presentation. I'd like to change him back there in his hip and in his tail head. And as we come down into that hind leg, look at his forehead and his center of rib shape is really, really good. I like the ruggedness that he brings to the ring.
Your results for class number 39, yearling bulls. First place goes to entry number 6186, James Glaspie from Burnett, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 7545, Maddie Carr from Curtis, Nebraska. Next up is our class 42-year-old bulls. This one is calf June of 2020. Entry number 7902, Graham Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona, shown by Shelby Preveno.
Yes, Shelby is always stylish. Shelby is one of my
Quality single entry as we come out here, and the first thing that hits me when this bull comes in the ring is just how he lifts that front foot up and flexes that pastern and sets it back down so correctly, so flexible up through that shoulder, knee, and pastern down to the hip. I love that about him. He's good in his top line. He's a long body kind of bull. You can stand here and look at him in the profile, and he gives you some muscular shape there to his quarter. Not maybe as coordinated off his hind legs, it's just so super in terms of his flexibility up front. Outstanding kind of a bull for a single entry.
Congratulations, class 40 first place winner, entry number 7902, Graham Hanger from Gilbert, Arizona, shown by Shelby Preveno. We now have our champion bull drive. Entering the ring from class 1, entry number 7901, Graham Hanger, Gilbert, Arizona, shown by Keegan Johnson. From class 32, we have entry number 6182, James Glaspie, Burnett, Texas. From class 33, we have entry number 7546, Maddie Carr, Curtis, Nebraska. From class number 39, we have entry number 6186, James Glaspie, Burnett, Texas. And from class 40, we have entry number 7902, Graham Hanger, Gilbert, Arizona, shown by Shelby Preveno. Your second place bull from class 32, entry number 7900, Graham Hanger, Gilbert, Arizona. And your second place bull from class 39, entry number 7545, Maddie Carr, Curtis, Nebraska.
For review both the winners together. Sorry, I was wrong. Get that tractor over there. We're gonna run the two of AOB this week. We'll talk and then they'll say it's tractor.
Yes, that is the definition.
It's interesting as these come back out for champion drive from their respective classes, but there's some differences maybe that I wasn't as aware of in their individual classes as when you bring them out here. And usually you've got a pretty good idea. But let's talk about a couple. The gentleman's bull that's circling right there. I'll tell you what, when you're back here where I'm at right now, you want to say, well, he's a little deeper in that chest. He's not quite as cool up to his front end. But you get up on this bull and he's so seamless in terms of how he ties together out of his shoulder into his top line, how he gives you that muscular look from behind. There's a lot of good in that particular bull that I appreciate a great deal. You can take that extra stoutness and dimension you see in terms of his muscularity right down to the ground, that big old foot, and I think sound, functional kind of in the way. Would we like to push that chest forward just a little bit? Maybe so, drop that flank. We can come up into our second bull line. We talked about this one having a really unique show ring presence up to the front end. We don't have maybe as much leg hair on this one, so it looks just a touch frailer in terms of where the bull's at. We can go to the front line there. Again, here's one that I like a lot in terms of his profile. Once in a while, he wants to get a little rigid in that rear pastern. Our third bull in line, this is just that rugged, opened up kind of a bull that we really appreciate the extra muscularity. Maybe isn't quite as good in his loiner, top line, and back there through his tailhead. And our bull on the end is so flexible up front, maybe doesn't balance on the profile and get back off him as well as some of the other bulls, but that's a rugged kind of a bull that can cover some ground and do a lot of good. Excellent set of mini Hereford bulls. As I go out to select our champion reserve, let's put our hands together if you would, please.
Congratulations to entry number 6186. James Glaspie from Burnett, Texas is our champion miniature Hereford bull. And reserve champion goes to entry number 6182, James Glaspie from Burnett, Texas. This concludes our miniature Hereford show. In our all other breeds show, we have from class 1, junior heifer calves. This one was calved in March of 2022. Entry number 8137, Grace Rosetta from Cottonwood, Arizona. From class 7, our early summer yearling heifers. This one was calved in May of 2021. This is entry 5216, Catherine Hushy from Queen Creek, Arizona.
I assume my judges are gonna come here first, so. Judge 1. This would be Lauren. This will be Judge 2. And this will be Terry. That's the second. And this will be, if you want to just stick it on there. Right here, actually, give me that single one. Sorry. Why wouldn't I do that? I don't know, they gave us these bags, but here's the new bag. Well, in case someone's
We have actually two individual members out here from two different divisions, so we're just going to go right into our champion lineup and we'll talk about these two. Let's talk about our black and white heifer here at the front line first. I'll tell you what, when this young lady gets her set up and parked, she's just lights out good in terms of her center body, in terms of how she gives you that look, very professionally presented. I like a lot of things about her. She's not cooperating as well as you'd like, obviously, out here today, and I'm not real sure where that rear leg is. She wants to hesitate and be a little shorter striding, occasionally knuckle over just a little bit. That's the only thing that I really could be critical on. She's got so much good in so many areas. Likewise, the shorthorn heifer that's out here, wow, you just think about a profile, how she comes out to that neck and shoulders, she blends so well. You get around behind her, she's wide in her pin set. She carries that down to the ground. She's probably the one that's more flexible, a little lazy getting around the ring, but her joints are flexing and she's very comfortable in terms of her movement. So I think two incredibly outstanding females that represent this division extremely, extremely well. We're going to go ahead and select our champion reserve. Let's put our hands together, if you would, please.
Champion all other breeds female goes to entry number 5216, Catherine Heshy, Queen Creek, Arizona. Reserve champion all other breeds female goes to Grace Rosetta with entry number 8137 from Cottonwood, Arizona. Congratulations.